Are we ready to go?
Yes.
Hello, good morning and welcome to the RHACC Richmond and Hillcroft Adult Community College Virtual Jobs Fair on this fine sunny day, 25th of November 2021. The sun is certainly shining in Richmond. We have assembled a fine range of our partners who've kindly given their time to support us with this event today to talk through the local job market, opportunities available, training, retraining opportunities, volunteering. We've also got people who have retrained talking about their experience. The schedule today is split into two sessions. The morning session, we will focus on employment opportunities and volunteering. And I'm going to take this opportunity at this point to just introduce some of the panel members that are with us today. Jackie, would you like to just introduce our panel members?
Hello. Yes, sorry. I'll put myself up on the screen. There we go. Right. So yes, I'm just going to. Sorry, I'm trying to go between three screens here, and one has. I've lost my schedule. Gone. Sorry.
Okay, not to worry. So perhaps we can come back to that.
Sorry.
Okay, so we're going to come back to the introductions of the panel members shortly. So, Jackie, is it okay for me to continue?
Right, I apologise for that. I've just got my other screen working, so I can now introduce the members. So we have Lee Barbieri, who is from our IAG advisor. He'd be going on and just through what we offer at the college, but on a much wider aspect as well, what we can offer and support outside of the college as well. We then have Safar Choudhury from the DWP in Kingston. We then have Simon Ballman from Workmatch at Richmond, Kelly Cassandra from Reed Partnership, and then we have a little time at the end just for some questions that we can look through that you may post on the chat, and if they are generic questions, we'll try and answer them for you straight away today. If not, we'll get back to you after the event on a one-to-one basis. Okay, but thank you everybody for participating today, and for those of you offering support as presenters, thank you.
Thank you, Jackie, for that. So to our guests joining us today, you won't be able to verbalise your questions, but as Jackie said, please use the chat facility to pose any questions that you have. This is being monitored and your questions will be put to the panel, who are ready and eager to answer any questions that you have. So I've spoken to you about what the morning session will be. The afternoon session, we're going to focus on training for specific sectors, looking at digital and IT, care and early years. So we hope today is going to be fun, full of useful information to create opportunities and a chance to connect people together. Now, for me, connecting is quite key as we emerge out of the global pandemic. We are seeing an increase in the number of job vacancies, giving opportunities to individuals to gain work, to retrain, to volunteer. Lots of people are thinking, let's do something different. And there are increasing opportunities for people to do something different. For example, people are taking the opportunity to go back to study, and some of these study programs are for free, even at level 3 in specific areas, for example, early years, accounting, digital, care. Yes, there are eligibility criteria that do apply, but again, it's a great opportunity emerging out of the pandemic if you are thinking of changing direction. So now is the time to do it. And I would encourage everyone here today just to grasp those opportunities, whatever it is that you want. I'm not saying that it's going to be easy. Nothing that's really worthwhile does come easy. You are going to have to work hard to get to what you want. However, once again, those opportunities are emerging. And we, that's including all the agencies that are here today, are here to help you to get to where you want to be by connecting you to the most appropriate route, whether that be into work, into volunteering, or into training. So I would encourage everyone just to be brave. Any voice that has said to you in the past you can't, you're not qualified to, any doubts that you have had about your own ability, let them be silenced, and let us help you to get to where you want to be. So without any further ado, I am now going to hand over to Jackie Simmons, who will be hosting today's session and today's event. Thank you very much, Jackie.
Hi everyone, thank you. Okay, so as I said, I'm just going to go through, the times are a little bit flexible, but I'm just going to hand you over very shortly to Lee Barbieri, who is our IAG Information Advice and Guidance advisor here at the college. We're based in RBS 5, a beautiful room, so please come and see us when you are in the college. So after Lee, I'll be putting you over to Safar from DWP. Then we're on to Simon from WorkMatch, and then Kelly from Reed Partnership. Okay, I'm just going to hand you over to Lee now. Lee.
Sorry, we're just swapping places as we're operating out of the same room today. Hopefully you'll be able to see my slides. Hello there, so I'm Lee. Hopefully you'll be able to see the slides on there. I, as Jackie has said, operate out of RBS 5, which is in the Richmond Business School, part of RHACC. In the Parkshot campus, we have two, one in Richmond called Parkshot and one in Surbiton called Hillcroft, for those who don't know. I know we've been joined by both external and internal people today, so I've tried to just give a bit of an overview that should apply to both if possible. So yeah, I'll start working through the slides now. Apologies for this, some dead air, you can tell I'm not a professional. Just trying to work out my slides.
No, you need to go
down to that one. Sorry.
Click on the next
one. Okay. Apologies. Okay, hopefully you can see what I'm now seeing. So, what do? Our main role is obviously to offer one-to-one IAG, which is information advice and guidance, giving careers advice and any support with pathways to employment, volunteering or further training. We do this with an online booking facility. So whether you're external or internal, you can book in to see us either online or on site. So hopefully we can give you some support in signposting you with any kind of training that might be useful, potentially into jobs, potentially into volunteering. Obviously it depends what stage of life you're at and at what point you are in your career transition. So any of those options might be useful, and we have links in the local area we can signpost you to. So obviously we have a certain amount of knowledge. We are qualified as IAG advisors for starters, which is obviously useful to know, also for careers advice, and we are matrix, also matrix qualified for customer service. So we also do workshops as well as our one-to-one sessions. We do workshops, and some of these are kind of short, sharp ones. I'll go into a little bit more detail about them later. Others can carry on over 2 weeks. So there's a bit of a range of different sorts of workshops that we do. As I've said, we signpost you to local organisations that can offer further support, and you'll be meeting some of those later today. We also host different events and activities to also make you the best that you can be, basically. So that's a general overview of what we do. moving on to the next slide. Yes. That one there. Okay. There's just a link, sorry, on my next slide there, where I can show you, if you click on that link, there's the online bookable sessions with us. So the sessions are about 20-25 minutes. If you need another one, you can also book a double one if you need to. As I say, they can be face-to-face. We're currently doing them at Parkshot or online via Teams, and there's an option when you go into book that lets you choose which you prefer. Currently, and we were looking to extend this, but currently we have availability between 1 and 3 o'clock Monday to Thursday. We are hoping to extend that, and obviously we can be flexible as well. If those times don't suit you, we can certainly amend that and work outside of those times. Our email will come up at the end, iag@rhac.ac.uk, but by all means just get in touch with us and tell us what your needs are. Sorry, it's a bit strange doing the old slide turning, but let me go on to the next one. Okay, so that one hopefully you can all see. That's another thing that we fairly recently set up, which is a jobs board. The idea is, obviously, as well as having access to a live and physical jobs board when you come into the college, we've also got it online. Again, obviously you can access it outside of college as well, as it is web-based. That's the link to it. And that's just a flavour of some of the vacancies that come through to us. We update it weekly, so you might find voluntary positions on there, you might find paid employment as well. Some of it might be seasonal. We've got some of those up there at the moment, and we've got it split a little as well into sort of admin areas, arts, construction, etc. So hopefully something for everyone. There's also some links in there and some employability resources and some other kind of signposting to other kind of agencies. So again, some of the people that you see today, like Reed, Workmatch, DWP, you'll see links to the vacancies they regularly have too. The physical board is in Richmond Business School if you prefer to come and see it physically. Okay, and moving on. So just to give you a little brief overview of some of the courses that we operate. You can see on there we've got various kind of one-to-one, various workshops such as writing a CV, interview techniques, which is obviously really important for a lot of people. Also personal statements. So it's about basically marketing yourself both online and, if you like, on paper, so with CVs and your personal statements and key skills that you would have on there. They're the kind of more short, sharp offers, which are about 2 to 3 hours for the most part. But we also have, as I say, these ones that run over a couple of weeks, really. Important to say as well, they're all free, so it doesn't matter the length of them. All of those courses are free to everybody. Both of them, careers transitions and the over 40s, there's similar content in both. The over 40s, we kind of chose to label it that just because we were identifying kind of a lot of people who were a little older, had a lot more experience and maybe a lot of management experience, but for various reasons, either through choice or perhaps because of the pandemic, perhaps because of various other things, ultimately had a need to change career. So very much what we're aiming to do with that is to just dig a bit deeper into what motivates you, what you need from the new career, the new job. We've got some really nice software, Kudos, which is well respected as one of the best tools for just kind of digging deeper into what motivates you and what different options there are out there for you. So alongside things like National Career Service as well, we can look at job descriptions, entry requirements, all of that kind of thing, what the wages might be, what kind of times you might work. So with these tools, we really try and just dig deeper into you, but then find out what might be your new pathway. Career transitions, similar, but that might be for somebody who's not been in work for a little while, maybe somebody who hasn't built up quite the same kind of management skills or styles. But again, obviously within both of those, a lot of what we offer will be that employability element. So we will help you with CVs, interview techniques, where to look for jobs online, and also help with application forms, etc. And we can do mock interviews, etc. with you too. So quite a range of different things. Okay, so next slide. Apologies for being a bit wonky. I've got some.
This screen, the show. No, this one.
Sorry. Apologies for this. I'm just that one. No.
Okay.
Ah. Okay. Apologies.
So then, if you reduce that.
Apologies. I'm just rearranging my screen slightly here. Ah, brilliant. Okay. Apologies. I think I might have disappeared for some people. I'm not sure, and I can't multitask. I'm a man, so I'm not managing to keep up on the chat. So apologies if you haven't seen either bits of me or bits of the presentation. But anyway, I shall move on regardless. The next slide, as you can see, these free courses that we offer, both longer term 2-week ones or just one-offs for 2 or 3 hours. You can see on there in a slightly garish slide some of the forthcoming dates. We've got some open days coming up as well, and you can book onto them that way, but possibly easier because there's no deep enrolment required, probably best just to go online. Again, just go onto the RHACC website, and in the information, advice and guidance section, you'll find all of our courses listed there. So we've got some coming up, as you can see, in a week or two, interview techniques, for example, on the 8th to the 12th, but we've got quite a lot starting in January. So both again, the kind of one-offs for 2 or 3 hours, but also the longer term career transitions and over 40s, where we can just give you some more intensive support. Most of the longer courses are still, as you'll see, a couple of hours a day. So hopefully flexible for people, running at various times between 4 and 6, and some of them starting at 10. So we've tried to just vary it a little for people. We do have an open day on a Saturday as well. So hopefully making us available for you and what your needs are. Apologies, my slide now isn't moving.
So if you click on there, and then that one, and then you can go on to your next screen.
That one.
If you just click on the next one.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Jackie's supporting and helping me here because again,
you can go back to your,
not brilliant on this system.
And then click on there. To that point.
That one there. This is fairly new to us. Apologies for the live team event. You can probably tell, but we'll still try and get the information across to you somehow. Ah, brilliant. Thank you, Jackie. Jackie is working magic here. Jackie's working magic here. I don't know if you heard that and repeated. I'm so sorry, but brilliant. So a little more about what else we offer. Obviously, volunteering is a really key thing for a lot of people, particularly if maybe they've kind of done their working life as far as they're concerned, but still want to give back to the community. It's also useful, obviously, for those who want to change and transition their career if they've got no experience in the kind of new area they're looking at. So for both of those purposes, we link again closely with our CVS, who you will see later on today, and also the Kingston Volunteer Action. Again, lots of vacancies come through those, and we are building our own network of local businesses who are keen to offer support to people who want to do some voluntary work. Again, you know what we'll do. We have these introductions to volunteering, which we're running as kind of 2 or 3 hour sessions again, both at Hillcroft and at Parkshot, our Surbiton and Richmond campuses. And then we've got a kind of, again, a slightly longer one where we can explore for you specifically what you want to look to get into and how to approach these organisations. So that's our kind of aim with the volunteer support service. Bear with me, I'm just going to do the bit I can't do very well and click the next slide. Jackie has to show me for every single one. Apologies, Jackie. There we are, and then choose. Okay, apologies again. So yeah, volunteer service support. There are sessions. These are all at Parkshot campus, but they're the ones that are coming up soon. So you can see the 1st of December, there's one next week, and then there's every month after that, we have one running. So if that's what's going to benefit you, then obviously come along and join us for that as well. They're also online on the RHACC website, and you can enrol on there, book on there. And if not, as I say, we've got some open days coming up soon, and you can come and physically visit us, and we can enrol you on those at that stage as well. Good stuff. Jackie, now it should be a bit smoother. Jackie, my manager here, is actually doing all my slides for me because I'm not capable, as I say. Jackie is a woman and she's doing both the chat and all of this bit as well. Sorry, Jackie. So good. Another thing that we offer, now this is more so just for RHACC students. We obviously have a range of different courses at RHACC. Hopefully, if you've either looked online or looked at one of our brochures, you can see the vast range that we offer, from ESOL, you know, entry 3 qualifications in English and Maths, right up to some level 5 qualifications. For some of those higher level ones, we have a study skills support package. So any of those higher level courses you're on, where you're doing academic writing, we have specialists who can help you out with it. Obviously, it's also intended for anybody who comes on the course and then actually struggles with that bit. Maybe they've been out of education for a little while, might be a little bit rusty. But just to say, don't worry too much about what you feel your levels of confidence are with writing academically. That is something that we can offer here and will do. As you can see as well, it also helps with things like organising planning, independent study, referencing, often a tricky thing if you've been out of education for a while, maybe organising your portfolio, and also research techniques. Lovely. Another thing we offer is Ucas application support. Again, we have obviously access to higher education courses across quite a few subject areas, including accounting, mainly in the business school. Those are kind of aimed, which is a separate kind of building on campus at Parkshot. But with that, and obviously it's time now where there's quite a lot of work being done on this because the deadlines are coming up fairly soon. But various specialists in the college are offering this to RHACC students only. Unfortunately, you can't come in and use us unless you're on a course for that. But we do offer one-to-one support for your Ucas applications, where we talk about content, skills and experience, formatting, and then obviously advice on formal language, grammar, punctuation, and what experiences you need to get in there, basically. So again, hopefully another support for you. I'm aware, I think I'm probably rambling on a little bit, but moving on through the next one. That's quite an important one, I think, just to say to you, if you are local, or even if you're not local, but are thinking of coming down to see us, we have some more open days. We have quite a few in kind of September, October as well, but obviously it's quite busy with new courses starting in the new year, when a lot of people start thinking about, you know, their life, their, you know, what they want to achieve, their ambitions. So as you can see there, you can come and pick up a course guide, meet the tutors, get advice and guidance. You might, if it's an English or a maths course, for example, that you're coming on, you might actually do an assessment there as well, just to see what levels you need to be at. Come and see our beautiful campus, and it really is. It's 5 minutes from Richmond Station. It's really central, just near the theatre, and with a lot of history as well. You'll come and see it. So Thursday, 9th of December, 4 to 7. You can see them on the screen, so I won't go through those. But yeah, we'd love to see you for our open days. The IOG team will be here as well, so obviously, you know, we can help advise on anything at that stage as well. And there we are, just in case you do want to get in touch with us. As it says, we're based in RBS 5, which is in the Richmond Business School at Parkshot. They're the days we tend to be there, and they're all of our emails as well. The IAG one is the is the general inbox, which we would respond to. But also, if you want to get in touch with us directly, that would be great. So we'd love to see you. We'd definitely love you on some of our courses, both IAG and other, and hopefully we can help your next step and you know, give you a helping hand into the next stage of your life and your career. Thank you so much. Fantastic. I'll leave you with Jackie, the professional.
Okay, so I'm just going to take you to our next guest. So, Safa, could you put your camera on, please, if possible? Okay, Safa, are you able to do your sound now? Is that working? 'Cause I'm struggling to put you.
Hi, good morning.
Good. Okay, I'm just going to send you live. Okay, so there you go. Do you have slides that you want to present, or are you just going to talk over on this slide?
Is it okay if I talk over it?
Oh, absolutely. I'll leave it over to you. It's all yours.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm using a computer actually because I'm hot desking, and this one, it's not a laptop, so it doesn't actually have a camera, so I apologize for that, guys. Jackie, I can go over what the Job Centre can offer currently and what we're currently focusing on.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Recently, we've put a lot of focus on to volunteering because we've got quite a large number of people who are lacking work experience, and it's shown, especially with the whole COVID situation over the last few years. A lot of people just want to get out of the house and get some experience, fill their CV up again. So we're working with the British Heart Foundation, and we have an agreement with the store manager that if we have anyone suitable, we can send them over there. So there is a large recruitment drive currently with British Heart Foundation in Kingston, and they're offering volunteering for a variety of roles. It could be working with customers, could be on the tills, could be back of house, could be in the warehouse. So that's something that we're currently prioritizing. Another thing we're sort of on top of is the Christmas opportunities for jobs around the area. So we're working with employers in Chesington and in Kingston to help fill their vacancies. It's quite surprising actually how many jobs are currently available. It's there are a lot, definitely. We worked with Oliver Bonas for their retail vacancies and their warehouse vacancies. So they've taken over 28 people directly from the job centre and given them jobs over Christmas. And prior to sending people to employers for interviews, we do train them as well. We currently use providers such as the National Career Service. They give career information, they prep people for interviews, you know, give them the techniques they require to be successful. And they're currently coming to our job centre 4 days a week and meet people face to face as well. Is there anything specific you want me to focus on, Jackie?
Sorry, I was on mute. No, just probably current trends. I know that you send over to us weekly the latest opportunities that there are, both on training and on positions. So how would what's the process for them to reply to respond to you on those?
If they're in receipt of benefits, they can use their universal credit account to send a message to their work coach. and vice versa. So if we do have any new opportunities, work coaches send out a generic message to everyone on their caseload through the journal on the universal credit account. And if someone's interested, they can simply just reply and we can refer them from there. We do have a lot of swaps available. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that term. It's basically where we do a training course linked to a specific job. At the moment, we have a lot of hospitality and customer service swaps, so to speak. It's usually lasts about a week or two, and what they entail is customer gets referred, they get the employability training, so they have their CV looked at, they have their interview skills looked at, and during that week they also get specific training for a job. So we did one with Hilton Hotel recently. They were looking for hotel staff, so that week included a lot of hospitality, food and safety, COVID regulations, those sorts of training. So we have a lot of that as well.
So does the individual have to be unemployed to come and see you?
Most times, yes. They need to be registered onto a benefit.
Okay.
They can be working and still claim benefits as well. It just depends on how much they're earning.
Okay. And where are your offices based?
So we actually have 2 sites now. The first site is in the Guildhall 2 in Kingston. So it's the council building in the Guildhall 2. And the second one, if anyone's familiar with Kingston, it's in a place called Anstey House, where the old TGI Fire Days used to be in Kingston. So one of the offices is more geared towards the 18 to 24-year-olds. It's more like a youth hub. And the one in Anstey House, it's pretty much for everyone else. I'm happy to send out addresses and information to everyone as well, if you guys require it.
Okay, perhaps if you could add those addresses to this chat, then if we've got it directly on this link here, if that would help.
Sure, I'm just doing it now. I'm sorry, because I'm sort of jumping in for Martin, my colleague, who's had to take leave this week, so I wasn't really prepared for this.
No, that's fine. That's fine. If anybody does have any questions, please post them on under the Q&A, and we can actually pose these direct to you. So I do have one question for you there that's come up. Safa, do DWP help people who are unemployed who want to get back into work after being made redundant but not eligible for any benefits?
Yes, we can help people who are not eligible for benefits. If they're on benefits, if they're eligible for benefits, they come in and meet a work coach, so they're assigned a work coach. If they're not eligible for benefits for whatever reason, they can come to the job centre, and we do have a front of house team who can handle inquiries, but they're also equipped with all the information required to help someone in that situation. We offer a lot of signposting as well, so we do have a lot of the information to help someone like that.
Lovely. So I think that's the key message, isn't it? Is that it's worth coming to you, because even if you can't directly help, you will have that signposting support that you can guide them along their way. So yeah,
100%. So please do send anyone to the job centre.
Lovely. Okay, I'm just checking the questions to see if we have any others that have come up. No, that's it. So if you could just stay online, Safa, just for a couple more moments, just to see if anybody does have any more questions directly for you. They will show up in that question icon at the top of your screen, and you'll be able to see them from there. And you can either answer them directly on the chat or as an individual. Okay, but thank you very much for your time, Safa.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
You too.
Okay, so we're moving on to our next guest, who is Simon Ballman from the Richmond and Wandsworth work match. Simon, are you there?
Hi there, yes.
Hi, lovely. Do you have some slides, Simon, to show?
I do indeed, yeah. So let me start sharing.
Let me see if that will should work, and then I can post that for you as soon as it comes up on my screen.
Do I need to request control or
Let me just bear with me. I may have to ask a technical person on that. It should come up. So you've got, if you say request control at the top, yes.
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
And we're on.
All right, lovely.
That was too easy, wasn't it? Okay, off you go.
Well, I do my best. Yeah.
Thank you. Off you go.
So, first of all, thanks very much for inviting me here. It's lovely to see so many of you and do a bit of networking across Richmond. Our service is relatively new, so it'd be great to hear from any or all of you to see how we can work in tandem. So just to give you a bit of background, WorkMatch was originally launched in Wandsworth in 2013 to support Wandsworth businesses and recruit local talent at no cost. We've currently supported 1,800 residents into work across 3 boroughs. So that's Richmond, Wandsworth and Kingston. We support hundreds of local businesses. Again, it's a no-cost recruitment service. It's important to kind of distinguish between us and IAG. We're a brokerage service, so we have limited capacity to work with clients on an individual basis. We wouldn't necessarily take kind of meetings with individual candidates twice a week. So we're very employer focused. And for that reason, we generally work with job ready clients who simply want to take advantage of the relationships that we've built and match them to appropriate vacancies. We will be present at the Employ Richmond 2022 jobs fair as well. So it'd be great to see some of you there. So just to give you a bit of Richmond-based employment context, please excuse me if you guys are all very aware of this context, but I think it bears repeating. So with the growth in economic activity, particularly over the last couple of years, we're actively working to support the shop local agenda with a work local agenda. There is loads of local talent for us to tap into who might previously have commuted into central London, for example. It's definitely a buyer's market at the moment for our candidates. Local businesses are frankly desperate for staff, and that's something that we're keen to deliver. So we're basically looking for more sustainability and a lower environmental impact as part of the work strategy for Richmond and Wandsworth councils. You can register with us and look at the opportunities we have online at www.richmondworkmatch.org. That also work for Kingston and Wandsworth opportunities. I always encourage clients and referral partners to look at the roles we have available in all 3 sites. Just to clear up our registration process a little bit, if you're referring someone, I just want to kind of manage expectations and let clients know what the process will be. So first of all, clients register on our portal on the website, and they'll need to upload proof of right to work and proof of address. So this would typically be a passport and a utility or council tax bill. So it's essential they do that. We can't work with them otherwise. So that can often hold up the entire process, and it's frustrating from both sides. One of our officers will then contact the client once they've uploaded this proof, and we create an individual action plan with them. We can certainly do this in tandem with partners. So, for example, if someone required more focused IAG, we'd definitely be open to working with any organisation that delivers that. Clients then access our jobs and training. Again, not only in Richmond, but also within our Wandsworth and Kingston teams. Training, WorkMatch deliver training internally, but also in conjunction with a number of providers. So, for example, we work with the charity Room for Work, and also we've previously worked with RHACC on a number of training opportunities. Our training is predominantly employability focused, but we also have extensive construction training opportunities. These are delivered out of Wandsworth because of the Nine Elms development, but several of the programs are open to Richmond residents as well. We have strong relationships with several providers in all the boroughs. So if someone were looking for a more specific career opportunity and required training for that, we could certainly refer them to those providers. Our training manager, Sonia Wilson, who was originally going to deliver this presentation, is one of our key contacts that would provide that information to clients. Just to give you an overview of the type of vacancies we have, these are through our Kickstart lead, Kiran Kumar. These are all Kickstart vacancies. Just to give you an overview of what kind of vacancies 18 to 24-year-olds might be able to expect on the Kickstart program. And hot jobs with Richmond WorkMatch, so this is my team. There's so many hospitality and events jobs, also admin, and clearly, as we're part of Richmond and Wandsworth Council, we have inside access to any and all council jobs that your clients might be interested in. We have the WorkMatch Partnerships and Commissioning team run by Roger Mullings. So these are they're operational across all boroughs. They support delivery of the economic strategy for Richmond and Wandsworth councils, and to a certain extent Kingston. So if any of you are looking to partner to deliver services in tandem, then I can certainly refer you to Roger. We can commission training and support requirements within borough. So if any of you have identified a skills shortage and want to work together to deliver a training course on that, Roger is definitely the person to speak with. So just to go through key WorkMatch contacts, Roger Mullings, as I said, is the Partnerships and Commissioning Manager. Andy Harland is the Employment Delivery Manager, so he covers all teams, Richmond, Wandsworth and Kingston. Sonia Wilson is our Training Manager, so she would be able to talk through existing opportunities and along with Roger, work to identify new ones. Caroline Lal is the Richmond lead, so my boss. Kiran Kumar leads the Wandsworth team, but also the Kickstart program, and Simi Sabro is the Kingston lead. So what I'd like to do is drop an email to Jackie and share all of those contacts with you guys, so that you're able to get access to the right person for your individual partnership needs. That's pretty much it from the presentation, short and sweet, but I will take any questions that you may have now.
Okay, Simon, I think I'm just looking at the questions and answers. I don't think anything new has come through at the moment. Again, if you wouldn't mind just hanging around for a few more moments and just we'll see if anything comes through. But thank you very much. It was very informative presentation. And obviously there are some slides. This is being recorded, everybody, these sessions, so you will have links, etc. on there. What might be an idea, Simon, again, if you could perhaps put a live link in the Q&A for any contact details you may have, that would just sort of double up on that for us as well.
Yes, perfect. Sorry, I was putting this together in something of a rush, so
no, that's absolutely fine. If you can just bear with me, I've just got a technical hitch for the next speaker. I've just got to add them in separately. If you could just hold for one moment, please.
Perfect.
Oh, Simon, could you stop sharing, please, as well?
Yes, sorry.
She hasn't got any. She can't because she's got PowerPoints. I need to get the PowerPoint slide on. I can't get it. That's what I need. I need someone help to do that. I can't get the PowerPoint back on. Right. So I've got my next speaker. What I can't do is just get the PowerPoint back on. Just one moment, please. Okay, so Cassandra, can you hear me? No. Okay, one moment.
Unable to unmute. Can she request control?
You can unmute Cassandra. Okay, Cassandra, I think you are there now, and you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Perfect. Hello.
You're there. Sorry, I do
I'm
apologise.
there.
I've
No,
learned
it's
so
fine.
many new skills today. So thank you for bearing with us. So it's all
Fine.
yours. I'll listen obviously through to your presentation. I'll click through on the slides for you. Okay.
Not a problem. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Cassandra. I'm the Integration Manager for Reading Partnership on the Work and Health Programme, better known as the Better Working Futures Programme. And I'm just going to go through this. If you just turn the next slide, if possible. Thank you. So just an overview first, actually, before I go through the programme's aims. The Work and Health programme was commissioned by South London Partnership. It is a flagship programme to help support individuals back into employment. The programme's been going now for 3 years, and we envision to support over 5,000 people back into employment. We've supported over 4,000 people so far to date. And the participants can access the Work and Health programme for up to 15 months if they need to, if they have additional barriers such as health conditions or disabilities. If they don't need to, then obviously we move them into work as soon as possible. And there is an additional 6 months of support once that participant enters into work. And the programme's aim is to help participants or people with a health condition, disability, the long-term unemployed, those who are ready to go into work, and other disadvantaged groups to find and sustain work. It is around integrated with local services and ensuring that we can provide a holistic and coordinated approach to supporting individuals. And we are also, it's important that we ensure that we meet the local priorities and the local needs and where the labour market is for each of the boroughs that we operate. Can we change the slides, please? So we operate in 5 boroughs. We are in Richmond, Merton, Kingston, Sutton and Croydon. Based on the fact that this is Richmond, we are no longer actually in the Civic Centre. We are now on Roslin Road, which is TW12 or TW1 2AR, and that's where we are at the moment. Next slide, please. And the participants that we work with, as I mentioned, anyone that's got disability, health condition, that is a disadvantaged group, so anyone that's a carer, ex-carer, homeless, former armed forces reserved, former armed forces, member of armed forces partner, and the list goes on, drug and alcohol dependency, care leavers, refugees, ex-offenders, victims of domestic violence and young people in gangs, and then also long-term unemployed. Next slide, thank you. So the participants' journey is really individuals come through to the job centre, but also they come through through community organisations such as RHACC, yourselves, who will refer individuals onto the programme. We don't take self-referrals, unfortunately, so if it is participants that are looking to engage on the programme, they would need to come and speak to one of the staff members at RHACC, who will be able to refer them onto the programme, or any other services that would like to work in partnership, they can also refer through our web link. Initial assessment is that the employment advisor will meet with the participant and complete a initial assessment, or should I say initial appointment, to get to know each other, and then they will then take the next steps, which is to complete a diagnostics of and action plan. Readiness to work, readiness to change, assessment will be done, a health and condition management assessment will be done, and a better off calculation will also be done. And what will happen then is when they complete those assessments, then we will know exactly what barriers those individuals have to employment. Individuals may only have a few a few barriers to employment, and there may be individuals that may have quite a few barriers to employment, but what's important is that we can ensure that we can overcome those barriers for those individuals and provide a holistic approach to employment to ensure that individuals are able to access employment. Next slide, please. So once an individual is on our programme, this is the support that an individual will get. They won't just get the employment support. We provide additional support areas. So we've really focused on the mindset. So we do have interventions that will help support to develop the attitudes and the behaviours of participants that will help them to succeed. So we look at changing the mindset through our courses, our positive thinking, planning for success, resilience, self-confidence, and the list goes on in terms of the interventions that we have. If there's individuals that have health conditions that have struggled with getting back into work, we have our health professionals who will have done a complete assessment with those individuals to ensure that we can help to support those barriers around health and disability. And we do the same for each of those employability, skills and qualifications, and personal circumstances. So we do have interventions that fall under each of those 5 key support areas. What is important is that they are consistently engaging with us on the programme so that they can get back into employment. So what will be happening, they will be allocated employment support officer, or should I say employment advisor, who will meet with them fortnightly to look at their actions, and also they will do monthly reviews to ensure that they are closer to employment and overcome additional barriers. We focus on the better off calculation because it's important that we understand and they understand the benefits of going back into work. We focus on CVs, so looking at developing at least one CV with the participant to ensure that they can overcome and focus on a defined job goal. We ensure that we are referring to organisations within the community to ensure that individuals, if there are additional barriers, that they are accessing. And then we also provide funding. So anything around travel, interview clothing, training, and also childcare is what we will help with, ensuring that if that is an additional barrier, we will help them to overcome that and provide them with as much financial support as possible. Next slide, please. So once we have secured a job and the individuals are confident, they go through an interview and they've secured the job themselves, we will then complete an in-work meeting where our employment advisors will ensure that they've got everything they need. So any adjustments that may need, they may need some financial support, they may need an occupational health assessment again, which will be taken with the health professional just to ensure that they're okay and we can access support whilst they're in work. And then we will support them whilst they're in work for 6 weeks, my bad. Next slide, please. So our staff. So we have integration manager, myself, who is all responsible for liaising with local services to ensure that the programme is fully integrated with local provision. We've got employment officers or employment advisors who will really ensure that they can tailor that plan to their employment goal and identify and address any barriers to work. We have self-employment caseworkers. We have a lot of individuals that actually don't want to work for an employer, they want to work for themselves. So we have self-employment advisors that will help them to do so, and they will ensure that they have the right information and ensure that their business plan is legit and can be supported in that. We have health professionals who conduct health assessments and support participants to improve their health and well-being through one-to-one support and group training activities. We have trainers who deliver the accredited and non-accredited training to improve the skills of participants, and that can be qualifications, and also we have recruitment managers who will focus on the medium and larger employers. We do have our recruitment manager on this call today called Naz, who focuses on those medium and large employers and those vacancies for those participants, and also work placements for participants. And we have finally our employment support officer, which is an integral role to the making sure that the individual is happy within their job. They also source smaller employers to for those individuals that may have a disability or health condition that a smaller employer would be able to support them better with, and ensuring that we can provide the workplace support is what they will do. The next slide, please. So that is it really. Summary of key features is intensive advisor support, ensuring that we've got the support around any barriers. We have our health specialisms that has a catalogue of services. These health specialisms have backgrounds in psychotherapist and counselling. We have integration and a route planner tool, which is an embedded tool that enables individuals to that are on the programme and employment advisors to find local services to support participants to access. We focus on the changing of mindsets, of helping individuals with positive thinking and confidence, and giving them that spruce and confidence to get back into work. Financial support is what I've covered, and self-employment is also what I've covered. Just a good news story really, in terms of we like to ensure that we shout how good we're doing and how we're supporting individuals back into work. Lawrence started with the Better Working Futures service in March of 2021. He joined because he was struggling with his self-confidence and depression and was determined to get back into work and didn't miss a single appointment. In this first session or face-to-face session, Lawrence expressed he was upset and frustrated about being out of work and was desperate to change his circumstances. He was open to different job opportunities presented to him and maintained a positive can-do attitude throughout the process. His hard work and determination paid off as he was offered a position of a waking night support worker. And he quoted, "I enjoyed this service and the support getting back into work. Taking part has made me feel comfortable with going back into work and I feel good." And that's it, I think. Oh, another one. Another one is helping Mark settle into a new role with specialist support. So Mark, who suffers with Asperger's syndrome and found it difficult to communicate with anyone, used our Better Working Futures programme to find work. He started using our service in June 2021, and throughout his through his employment advisor support, he secured an interview as a valet driver. Mark was apprehensive about starting this new position as he didn't want his Asperger's syndrome to be held against him. And with his our recruitment manager, who helped, they arranged for one of the employment support officers to visit Mark's new place of work and have a meeting with his potential new boss and the human resources representative. His employment support officer was there to ensure Mark would be treated fairly and could manage his daily workload. His new boss was accommodating and happy to do this as he wanted to ensure Mark was comfortable in his new role. And that is that. How to refer. If you are receiving support from RHACC, then you can speak to one of the staff members about how to refer, and also if you're an organisation, you can refer through this link. Any questions, please contact me on my telephone number or my email address for any questions.
Cassandra, thank you so much. That was so informative, and obviously the support that your service offers is very wide and encompassing. And I think we've just actually on the chat, we've just reiterated what you said there, Cassandra, that obviously to be able to have access to those and opportunities through those services that you offer, they do need to come and speak to us, first of all, that we can refer them. So again, Lee has just posted that on the questions, the Q&A, just to make it clear. If you come to us, we can obviously get them across to you as soon as possible with the right connections, etc. So yes, I'm just looking to see if there are any further questions on there for the moment. I don't believe we have. Right, so thank you very much, Cassandra.
You're
Now, I
welcome.
think for this particular employability area, that is our little section completed. I'm just looking at the questions. I think, Safa, there was one for you, which I believe you're looking to answer for us. If anybody does have any more questions, please just type them into the little question icon you can see there, and we will look to respond to you as soon as possible. But I think for the moment, for everybody that was presenting so far this morning, thank you so, so much. It was so informative, and thank you for supporting us today and being patient as well, most of all. So we are going to have a short break, and then we will be meeting Caroline from the Richmond Volunteer Service, but we're just going to have a short break for a couple of minutes and be back on at just after 11 o'clock. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Right, hello everyone. We're going to be back in a couple of moments. I just wanted to let you know that we haven't gone away. We are still here. So we'll just give it a couple more minutes just to see if we get a couple more people come on. But we will be going over shortly to Caroline, who's representing Richmond Volunteer Service, and can run you through some of those slides. So just give me a couple more moments and we'll just see if we get a couple more attendees come on, because we are a little running ahead of time, which is good. So it's down to organisation, isn't it? Of course. So just bear with us for a couple more minutes. Okay, so I think we've gained one person, so that's good. So I'm going to now put you across to Caroline. Welcome. Thank you, Caroline, for being patient and joining us today and supporting our jobs fair today. So I will make sure you are live and ready to go. Just let me know when you want the slides changed and I'll change them for you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jackie. Thanks for inviting me to join you today to talk about the power and the joy of volunteering. As Jackie said, I'm Caroline. I run the Richmond Volunteering Service and work for a charity called Richmond CVS. So I'm going to briefly talk to you today a little bit about some of the benefits of volunteering and look at some simple steps to get cracking with your volunteering search. So if we go to the next slide, thank you. What exactly is volunteering? Well, I think it's useful to start with the definition. This is the best one in my opinion. Any activity that involves spending time unpaid, doing something that aims to benefit the environment or someone, individuals or groups, other than or in addition to close relatives. So volunteering can be quite informal. It could be helping in the kitchen at your local football group. It could be pitching up at the local school to run a stand at a Christmas fair, or more formal volunteering opportunities, and that's where we come in with the volunteering service. So if we move on to the next slide, just a little think about why you would volunteer. Well, there are many reasons why you'd volunteer. There's so much that you could potentially get out of it. Obviously, volunteering can make a huge difference, and the time that you give will have real benefits. But volunteering also is an incredible way of boosting your confidence. It's quite amazing the difference it can make for doing something because you really want to help out. You get to meet new people, different kinds of people. That in itself can be very uplifting. It's a great way also of being part of your local community. Some volunteers really enjoy the fact that they're going to learn new skills, and they may very consciously want to learn new skills. And of course, it can also be a great way of revitalising old skills that you've got that you perhaps haven't used before. For some volunteers, there's a really key motivation is to feel challenged in what they're doing and stretched and stimulated. And the bottom line is that volunteering should be fun and should increase your happiness. So many reasons to volunteer. So how to get started? Simple steps. Think about the practicalities. Think about what day of the week would be good for me, what time of the day is good for me. Think about, what do I want to get out of the experience? Am I looking for a very stimulating, buzzy environment with lots of people? Would I prefer something much quieter? Think about what you're already interested in or what you'd like to learn about. Maybe you've got a real passion for a particular kind of topic. Think about the skills you'd like to use. As I've mentioned, volunteering can be a great way if you're looking to learn new skills and thinking about having a new career or change your career direction. Then volunteering can be a great way of helping move forwards like that. And also think about the sort of organisation that you'd like to get involved with. So these are sort of simple first steps, but I wanted to whet your appetite with a small selection of some of the current roles that we have at the moment. So this changes all the time. New roles come on board and roles get filled, etc. But I've taken a snapshot here, and you'll see brilliant local cancer charity, the Mulberry Centre, are looking for someone to help with press or media. Home Start, fantastic charity that helps support families who need some extra support, are looking for a volunteer to help with digital marketing. Achieving for Children are looking for a voluntary youth worker. Richmond Furniture Scheme, which recycles and repurposes furniture, are looking for someone to help with upcycling. Citizens Advice Richmond have a role for someone to help with administration. One of our local arts and cultural charities, Aurora Metro, are looking for a volunteer bookkeeper. And then we have a different role for Age UK Richmond, someone to help with IT. So that's just a sort of little selection of roles showing diverse range of opportunities. And of course, there are many, many more. So in terms of how to progress, if you are interested in volunteering, the first thing to do, I'd say, is to register with our volunteering service, and I've just got a couple of slides on that in a minute in terms of how to do that. Once you have registered with us, not only can you then apply for roles through the database, but you'll also get our regular volunteer newsletters and invitations to things like the volunteer fair, which we hope will be face-to-face next year. So as I mentioned, once you're registered, you can search on the database, find roles and apply through the database. It's very straightforward. But of course, you're also very welcome to give us a call or email us and have a chat about ideas. Maybe you've got so many ideas you don't know where to start, or maybe you want to volunteer but you're not quite sure what might be the right thing. So do get in touch. Our contact information is coming up. But also it can be good to have a chat to friends or neighbours that you know are volunteering, find out what they're doing and how they found out about it. And of course, if there is an organisation that sort of really appeals to you, then you can always just go straight to their website and have a look to see what they might have at the moment. So if we just move on to the next slide, then, as I mentioned, going to our website is the place to start. So we are Richmond CVS, and that's our web address there on the screen. This is a cut down version of our homepage, but you'll see the blue bar at the top and volunteer service. That has a drop down list of options, and so that's the place to start. And if we just go to the next slide, you will see that if you take the drop down options, you will be able to then register with us. So the button that says login is where you go once you're registered, but it is also the place to register. And the button to the left of that, which says browse our volunteer roles, is the button where you will do the searching. So if we just go on to the next slide, this is like to give you a little flavour of if you go onto the search facility. So there are a number of options that you can choose. So you might sort of say, well, I'm really keen to volunteer in the area of conservation, or you might say I've got a skill that I want to use, perhaps that's admin or finance or something like that. Or you might be keen to look at the sort of the days of the week. Perhaps your number one consideration is a particular afternoon, for example. What we always say is just choose one criteria at a time. It's a very effective search facility, but it's quite simple. So it's always happiest if you just use one criteria at a time. So that is my presentation for you today. But if you'd like more information, please do get in touch. I'm Caroline. My colleague is Viv. And we are available at the Richmond Volunteering Service. You can call us on the number shown there or email us volunteer@communityconnectionsrichmond.org.uk. But really do hope that you will find something interesting and helpful. And I think that I have a bit of time now. Not sure if there are any questions, but if so, do let me know.
Hi, Caroline. I'm just looking to see if there's any questions. Thank you so much for your information and presentation today. It's something, as you know, we are actively supporting Richmond Community Volunteer Service as well, but also outside of Richmond, we're trying to support others as well. So if you do come to us in the first instance, we will always put you through to the Richmond volunteer service if you are in that local area. However, don't feel that there's nothing for you. We have got other means of support in the college as well, because we so strongly feel that, you know, this is an opportunity, as Caroline has quite rightly said, for those of you who are perhaps not looking for recruitment at this point, or perhaps need to gain experience in a certain area or something like that. So yes, thank you so much for that, Caroline. I'm just looking to see on the chat if we have anything for the moment. No. So if any questions do come through, Caroline, I might send those through on an email for you if I can't reply immediately. But thanks once again for your input today. Thank you. Thanks
for inviting me, Jackie. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going to take a short break now. We have our digital section and technology section coming on at 12:30. So I will put the slide up just saying that we will be back. But please, just if you have any questions, we're still manning the question and answers throughout this break, so we can answer any questions that you may have during that time. Otherwise, we will be back at just before 12:30. Thank you very much. Hi, welcome back everybody. So thank you for joining us. So this afternoon we have got our digital and technology section, and I'll introduce you to Manoj in a moment and his area, and he's got various speakers coming in. He'll give you some background information on those. And then at just before 2 o'clock, we've got Graham Tharp, who will be joining us as Programme Manager of the Counselling and Adult Care. And again, he will introduce his speakers to you. At the end of each slot, we'll do the normal thing. We will have our questions and answers. I will be manning the chat to see what any questions that we can answer for you live on air. If we feel it's more of a personal nature, then we'll come back to you after today's event and we'll answer that privately for you. But please just ask any questions that you may have on the chat. Okay, so I'm just going to now hand over to Manoj, who is our Programme Head for Digital and Creative Technology. And there we go, over to you, Manoj.
Thanks, Jackie. Try and do this in a seamless way. Second, you guys can see my hear my sound okay. I'm going to put a slide share up now.
Okay.
Okay, so hopefully you can confirm I'm all good to go. Thank you, great, all up and running. So I'm going to do a talk shortly about retraining into the digital industries. And on the left-hand side here, I'm going to go over the sort of things I'm going to talk about: IT skills report findings, creative industries, curriculum overview, features of our provision, and how to find out more. This is how the time's going to be spread out. I'm going to talk where my name is. I've got a colleague of mine also here, Judy May. Can you give us a hello, Judy? I think you're out there.
Hello, yes, I am out here.
So Judy's one of our staff and on these programs, and will give me a bit of a supporting hand in some of the presentation content. And after that, 12:45, I've got an employer from a company called IQ in IT, and it's Katerina Damakova, who is also the head of the Kingston Chamber of Commerce. So we're quite lucky to have her. After that, I've got partially, this is something with Google. I've arranged a meeting with the head of marketing at Google, which is a great person to have, but she couldn't unfortunately be here at this time today. So I've got an audio recording of an interview with her, and then a presentation that she did for us previously, a pre-recorded thing, so I can show that to you. At the end of that, there's a panel, and we'll be able to take questions from the audience. So ready to begin. Let's start off with really the landscape around IT skills, and it's a report from a big organisation called Skillsoft. And they've surveyed about roughly more than 9,000 professionals, some of which are practitioners of IT, but also decision makers, those people who hire IT staff. And they were looking to get a feel for what are the skills requirements now, and also what's in demand really at the moment, given our most recent context. So we've had a very disruptive effect of the pandemic, and it's hit the IT industry quite hard. Particularly because of the demand, and everything has gone digital in such a huge way. So things like remote working, reskilling and upskilling, retaining and retraining are those kind of words and buzzwords that are being used in those IT companies at the moment. And this report is going to highlight some things around the in-demand skills, the sorts of salary expectations, certifications that are in demand, and a bit about the career satisfaction. So if you want to find out more, you could look up this report, and it's by a company called Skillsoft. Let's give you some of the highlights. So primary findings are the IT salaries have continued to increase. This is a year on year. And the industry greatly values certifications from what we call vendors. These are the big organizations such as Google and Microsoft, and Cisco. So getting a certification is certainly of value. There's also been an increase in the skills gap. So as time has gone on since 2016, there's been a 146% increase in the amounts of gaps where they can't fill vacancies. This is an ever increasing trend. So this could project potentially into a $775 billion loss by 2022 if those staff are not in place. Now, the number of decision makers that can't fill a vacancy is quite high. It's 54% with a single vacancy they still can't fill. And 38% of these employers have 3 or more unfilled vacancies. Simply, there are not enough qualified candidates at the moment. There's also a report about the scale of job vacancies and how technology fits in with this. So a report by the Department of Digital Culture, Media and Sport revealed 1/10 of all UK job vacancies are tech roles. Now, certifications were something I mentioned earlier on, and these are some of the key certifications that are popular at the moment. So this is part of a pathway that you might go on to if you're looking to retrain into IT. And generally speaking, previously a single certification was helpful, but now it's more, they're looking at multiple certifications and cross certification, because we have a situation in the IT workplace where we have multiple vendors. Not everything in an office is just made by Cisco or by Microsoft. There's often cross compatibility needed there too. So popular certifications to think of in your mix are Cisco, and they have the CCNA, Microsoft MCSE, Google Cloud Associate Cloud Engineer, Amazon Web Services Architect, and a cybersecurity qualification called the CISSP. On the other side of it, in terms of management, the big buzzwords and certifications in that area are Prince 2, Agile and Scrum, and Icdl, which is really for IT service management. Looking at the global situation and focusing on the EMEA, which is the European region here, you can see the top kind of challenge areas for finding qualified talent. And not surprisingly, cybersecurity is at #1 on the EMA, followed by cloud computing, big data, AI, and into other smaller areas here. Project management leadership still figuring in the top areas, looking for good leaders and managers in this area. So digital technologies, there's a merger going on also with the creative industries. And the creative industries is a new buzzword actually I learned about very recently called CreaTech or CreateTech, which is where there's an intersection of both the creative skills and technology. This accounts for 500,000 more jobs than digital sectors, and there's a fair bit of overlap there. In the wider economy, which counts creative occupations, total number of UK jobs is 3.2 million, or 9.6% of all UK jobs. So if you combine the digital jobs and the creative industry jobs technology, we've got almost 20% of the job market to deal with here. This kind of stuff, what is it really? If you look at it, what does creative technology mean? It's things like design, graphic design, TV, radio and film. You know, the United Kingdom has a huge industry around film as well. Post-production, VFX, which is the visual effects, animation and the hugely booming games industry too, which is again exponentially growing every year. A big feature of this industry is not that people are often employed in businesses, but actually freelancers account for a large part of employment. These are individuals who've got the skill set and they go in on contracts to work for these agencies. 43% is the identified amount of freelancers here. And a large part of this is also women occupy a large proportion of these positions too. An average of 39% of these positions. It's moving towards 50. Okay, so that's the creative technologies bit there. So where does this college fit into this picture and what do we do? So our department is called Digital and Creative Technology. And after the pandemic, we've got a focused recovery package, which creates pathways back into education for adults who wish to develop their career or seek a new career direction. Our teachers are quite well trained and specialists in their area, and they've often have experience of working in the industry too. So we tend to integrate employability support within our programs and also work with advice and guidance teams to give a bit of extra support from them around labour markets and the application processes. We offer courses throughout the year on site and online, and giving progression into either work or further or higher education. This is a feel for the kind of provision we have, and you can see if you look around the cells there, we've got to think about technologies being entry at every possible level. So at the very early point as well, if you haven't even used a computer before, there should be a roadmap for you to move into even a specialist role. So we have basic IT, we have the something called the essential digital skills I mentioned soon, and the office skills, which are very popular for administrators. We have a Cisco Academy at the college. We do hardware, networks and cybersecurity there. We have computer science as a field, digital marketing and social media, web and app design and development, video visual effects, graphic digital design and 3D modeling. So we've got to think about the adult market, and therefore it means some flexibility. So provision is offered on-site or online. We have a few other terms where we have blended provision, which is some sessions are online and some are in the classroom. There's also something called hybrid now, which is a newer word being used in education, where there's students who are, some are in the actual classroom and some are at home in the same classroom. There's a clever technology which enables that. 2 sites, Richmond and Surbiton. And our format, again, thinking of flexibility, is we have daytime, evening and weekend, intensives, 1-day courses, and also a stream of women's only provision too, which is our Surbiton site. Here's an example of a curriculum map which shows you the roadmaps I mentioned earlier. And if you start on the left-hand side here, there's like an entry-level course. It's called the EDSQ for Everyday Life. And you can move forward on these entry qualifications to get the basic IT skills you need to then enter IT courses at level 2. This particular roadmap is for digital marketing people, and it shows you that as you go from left to right, you can start to be more specialized. In some cases, you might want to focus on digital marketing platforms themselves. If you then want to go into either higher education or workforce options or apprenticeships, there's the Access course at level 3, which is a full-time program. And then there's also a level 4 course there, which is a higher level course for people who are working already and want to upskill while at work. Okay, so any curriculum area you enter in IT tends to have a roadmap, and it's usually shown at the interview stage. A few features of our provision now, and I can keep eye on the clock as well there to be on time. So some features of our provision. So I mentioned this Essential Digital Skills qualification. This is a nationally recognised qualification, giving IT the same equivalency and weighting as maths and English now. So to get a competent level of IT, you need to be able to have the skills at a certain level. So qualifications have been designed to, for example, about how to keep yourself safe online, how to use devices, how to use the internet responsibly, and so forth, offered at entry 3 or at level 1. And this is actually a free course for anyone who hasn't got a level 1 already in IT. So it's not actually tested on your means or your like any concessions. This is more about your skill level. This is a much wider audience potentially for this provision. To find out if you've got a level 1 or not, because you might not know, we can give you a skills check. So you can find out what your level is and then find you the appropriate course that's going to be suitable for you. We have got some free tasters. These web links you can't click on through the presentation, but I expect these presentation slides will be sent out to you if you're a delegate, and you'll be able to click on the links and then engage with this. Alternatively, you can search for certain words. So if I search for essential digital skills on the RHACC website, I can get straight into this, and you can find there's some free tasters that are about this course. If you're not sure and want to find out more, or never been to the college before, come onto a free taster and then you get your experience there, and that will then signpost you to the right course afterwards.
Manal, just to interrupt there, it is actually being recorded today, so people will have access to these slides and the recording as well after the event.
Lovely, thank you, Jackie. On to the other one here, we've got a level 2 employability, a day release courses. They're 1 day a week, and we appreciate people who maybe for job seekers, have to also go to interviews and do things all the time around finding work. So in terms of minimizing the commitment, we've got a 1 day a week course. They tend to be class times are fairly school friendly, and they fit within a school run too. And the pathways we have for a January start are around data science, hardware and networking, web technologies, digital marketing, social media, graphic design, and office skills. There's a new funding scheme for those wanting to go at a high level. So we have the National Skills Fund at level 3, and this gives someone the first full level 3 regardless of age. This doesn't involve a student loan, and very specific courses that are identified to be accessible to the fund. And one is called the Icdl Advanced Level 3. This is really about taking office skills to a very expert level, being able to use Excel, Word, PowerPoint to an advanced level, which is obviously extremely valuable working in any environment where those office platforms are pretty much ubiquitous at the moment. That starts in January, this coming January here. And we also have a cybersecurity course, which already started in September, and the next entry for that is September 22. Again, if you search National Skills Fund on our website, you'll find that. We have a Cisco Academy, and these are the Cisco courses the college offers. We have CCNA version 7, Cisco IT Essentials, Cisco PCAP, and a qualification called Cyber Ops. So there's quite a variety there. So again, we've got a free online taste to find out more. You sign up and you can connect remotely like you are today, and it's during an evening on a Monday night, 10th of January. And all those courses have places that still have slots that you can enter. Majority of them are still to start, but CCNA version 7 still has spaces subject to people's backgrounds. For those people who don't want to do a qualification, I want to just try something out, we also have skills courses. These are courses that are funded in a different way, and they're through concessions. They don't carry accreditation, but we can provide a skills certificate, and any of the areas we talked about earlier on in terms of provision has a skills course around it, which you can access. That's if you're not yet ready for a qualification or not sure to commit. There's a way then to ease yourself in. The Hillcroft College has a sequenced IT offer entirely in this range, just for skills development. It starts at very beginners of IT, and it can end up at a very competent level of IT by the end of it throughout the next 2 terms. Digital skills surgery, worth mentioning this to you. Skills surgery is a bit like a real surgery. You go in for an appointment and you get help. And our free digital surgery is offered by a member of staff who's extremely expert in a number of different elements of technical support. So, for example, you wanted to do an online course and didn't know how to connect, or had a new device that you got on Black Friday or maybe for a Christmas present and wanted to know how to use it, you could turn up to a surgery and get some guidance to get you started. And it's really for anyone who's digitally excluded, who wants to get engaged with digital for the first time. And we have to think about the very bottom, those people who've never ever engaged with IT at all before, at least give them a comfortable entry into it. How to apply for a course? Anyone can search a list of our courses on our website, and the way it works is you search for a course, and if it's a qualification or a funded course, you apply on it, and you yourself can book an interview slot. That allows you to speak to one of the teachers, and Judy and me do a lot of the interviews. Judy's here as well, and you come through to us and get a chance to talk about your interests and see what's suitable for you. Days and advice. We've got some open days coming up, and these are some dates to remember. So here you can turn up to our campus, pick up a course guide, meet teachers, and find out about discounts and concessions, and also complete your enrolment. So the open days we've got coming up, the Richmond ones come first, so Thursday 9th December, 4 till 7, Tuesday 4th January, 4 till 7, Thursday at Surbiton, 10 till 2, 6th of January, and Saturday 8th of January from 10 till 2. It ends there, so I'm going to shortly hand over now to our first speaker, Katerina. So let me just press the right buttons.
Thank you. Right, so welcome everyone, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. So I'm Katrina from Icdl. Icdl is a company.
Katrina, we can't hear you for the moment, so if you could just is it coming through on the thing? Okay. Yes. Okay. I think we can. Sorry. Yes, we can. Okay. Sorry. Carry on.
Right. So I started Icdl in 2009, which is an IT company based in Kingston. IT has been my passion for majority of my life, together with animals and environment. So what I have sort of tried to achieve over the years is to run a business which is technology focused, as well as being ethical and environmentally friendly. So I think that's very important for me and for my team as well. We're not prioritizing profit. We are prioritizing to be good within our community and for our team before we care about money. And I think this is the right way for many businesses and all of us as a humanity to refocus. One of the things I'm trying to focus on as well is to encourage females into the IT industry. And I think there isn't much of a support throughout the school system or even a general sort of family background support. And I think many girls throughout the school feel that this is not an environment or an industry for females to go into. And I think it's a great shame because I very much enjoy technology, and it might be a bit scary. Yeah, there is generally a lot more males to female ratio, but it's very exciting. And if someone has the passion, I think they should really go for it and and try and engage and learn more about IT. There is so many different parts which one can sort of go down with, be it sort of fixing computers or looking after different kind of Microsoft or Google environments, or learning about networking switches and stuff like that. And as Manoj mentioned, all these certifications, there are certainly ones we recognize. So CCNA, although we do work with limited amount of Cisco devices, the sort of underlying technology and idea behind it is very, very similar to other technology we use, and certainly very transferable to using with other networking devices. Microsoft courses, there's a lot of them being offered at discounted rate for people who've been on furlough. Microsoft runs things like Ignite, which lets participants collect a free exam voucher and then use it. So there's plenty of opportunities, and obviously if there is someone who's perhaps a bit unsure, I am happy to have a conversation to try and point them in the right direction and help them make the decision or the first step towards getting into technology. What is currently sort of in the mix is not only sort of Microsoft, Google, Cisco, and that sort of stuff. It's the sort of automation and having that integrated within the business. Over the last 20 months, I have seen businesses who did not use technology very much, or didn't feel that is the top priority within their business. They have suffered greatly, and they are trying to play a catch up. There is a huge amount of opportunities, and it's not just for IT companies, but for individuals within the company to use things which are available there from the sort of Microsoft products like Power BI, and being able to analyze data, or be able to create Microsoft Flow to create some kind of an automation, which could span from a couple of minutes, which will save you hours and hours of work over the year, to taking a lot longer time. So one of the projects we had, one of our Kickstarter people we've employed over the last 6 months is create a calendar booking system and holiday booking system. So it does all the prorating. It understands what the hours are for each person, when the bank holidays are, when the weekends are, and it does all the prorating and all the notifications, all the approval through Teams. So it's a really good way of utilizing technology, and there is so much resources online to learn and be able to understand how to create it. It's a sort of a low coding way of creating something which is accessible to everyday user, really. In terms of sort of skills which companies would look for in our sort of local area, I don't think they different to any other area. I don't think they different to companies in the centre of London or somewhere in Scotland. I think all the businesses have the same requirement, and that is to get the technology to work within their business as effectively as possible, and getting sort of upper hand to their competitors who might not think that this is important. And we've seen over the sort of last 20 months that technology indeed is very, very important. So we just need to all embrace it and understand that the base IT skills really need to be taught throughout the school, and that they are on the same level as reading, writing, and understanding basic maths. So super important to get those skills, and it's great to see local colleges like yourselves to sort of encourage people into these courses and give them the opportunity, and obviously being flexible and having the ability to do things online or face to face, as each person learns in a different way. So it's great to see that the education is there to support people. So thank you very much. I think that's my time up.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Katerina. Just, Judy, just like a few words from you as well, as you're a member of our team and in the teaching team as well here. And we did go and see Katerina's workplace and setup, which was great, really refreshing employee nice. To go and meet, actually. So really appreciate what you're doing, Katerina, because you have a vacancy also. It's worth mentioning that.
Yep. So we are currently recruiting for a first, second line engineer to join our team. Yep. So I have posted the link to it. So if there is anyone who's interested, please do apply. And we are also going to have an apprenticeship vacancy soon. So keep an eye on our website. Great. Or get in touch with us. And hopefully we'll have some new local people joining our team.
Yes, I think the ideal to try and source someone for you for that. Judy, any thoughts on that in terms of students across our courses?
I mean, I think it's a matter of opening out to them, and also through our LinkedIn to the alumni, who should be getting up to a point of searching for a job by now. And it's really pleasing to hear that apprenticeships being offered. I'm a passionate believer in apprenticeships, and many apprentices I now see working at high levels in their companies, senior analysts, senior IT engineers, network engineers. So I know it works. And there are, as well as Katerina, many other companies offering apprenticeships into IT, and also really nice to hear that support for females coming into IT. We have always been in the minority, if I dare say so. The ladies that I have taught over the years have consistently done really, really well, and perhaps bringing a different perspective sometimes, which I think is important as well. And I did see on the BBC, they've currently got some interviews with a lady who's working at GCHQ in cybersecurity. Very interesting, and it shows that the diversity agenda is opening out. So it's a really great time to get involved. And to emphasise what Manoj said, cybersecurity is such a hot field and so many aspects of it. And I won't get too excited because it's absolutely fascinating.
Thank you, Judy. Just in terms of the IAG team, you have a jobs board of some sort in the team here? Yeah. So I imagine that in the IAG team, they have a jobs board, and we'll publish that for you in our jobs board too, Katerina. Thank you. That's great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katerina. So we've got a panel at the end of this just for more questions after this. I'm going to go to the next part, and I've got a presentation to now play. This is with Google. I did yesterday. So I'm going to try and get that presentation now running in the background. It's a video I'm going to try and do some cleverness with. So let me get a screen share going. I need a bit of sound check too, please, that this sound actually works when I play this video. Let's get this up and running. Thank you, Judy and Katerina. Let's find the video. It's somewhere here. My file store. Let's do a quick sound check. I need to mute my own mic as well when this is going on. Someone who works for Google here, and to make sure that you understand that Google is not an inaccessible road for you in terms of employment in the future. That worked. I think that worked. Yeah, the sound's working fine. Okay, that's good. Let's get my mic turned off, folks. Are you going to hear me? Someone who works for Google here, and to make sure that you understand that Google is not an inaccessible road for you in terms of employment in the future. So we'll start out, Calvin. Can you tell us a bit about your story of how you started working for Google and where you started from?
So I joined Google just over 12 years ago. So you can probably tell I don't have a British accent. So my partner and I are actually from New Zealand, and we came over.
The fun of IT, just doing a technical. Someone's asking me, is it working? That's like, I've got enough IT experts there to surely get help on this matter. I don't see request control. Got my screen share already working. Judy, can you echo? Do you hear that video okay?
I could hear it okay. Yeah,
you could see it.
Suddenly cut out. There. Yeah.
No, I thought so. Okay, I thought it was working fine. No problem. Let me go back.
Have you tried turning it off and turning it on again?
I'll be able to run it from the start. So I'm just going to rewind it. Sorry, folks. Third attempt. But the screen share's working, and yeah, that should be fine. Mute my own mic. Someone who works for Google here, and to make sure you understand that Google is not an inaccessible road for you in terms of employment in the future. So we'll start out, Calvin. Can you tell us a bit about your story of how you started working for Google and where you started from?
So I joined Google just over 12 years ago. So you can probably tell I don't have a British accent. So my partner and I are actually from New Zealand, and we came over on a working holiday visa. So it's one of those visas, you finish university, you come over, you do 2 years of any job, and you just travel around Europe. I think a lot of us Kiwis and Aussies kind of do that. And so while we were here, I ended up landing a job at Google reception. So that was where I first started at Google. Pretty cool job. Like didn't really have to take any homework home, or didn't have any stress levels or anything. And then while I was working on Google reception, I managed to sort of network and meet the marketing director at the time, and she eventually had a role to be to look for someone and be a PA. So I kind of put my hand out for that. So I went over to work for her for a good sort of 2 years. So in between that time, I think she was very caring, very nurturing. So she basically asked me what I wanted to do after my visa had wrapped up, and I told her I wanted to stay in the UK and actually work for her in marketing. I don't come from a marketing background. I did go to university. I did sculpture and printmaking, so I have a fine art background. So no business, no maths, and so she kindly kind of gave me the opportunity to stay, and then I just learned on the job. So I was taking projects left, right, and centre, giving myself that kind of confidence to sort of work alongside other colleagues of mine who did have a marketing degree and so forth. So we just came from different backgrounds. But I think the difference that I had was I had more of a creative thinking. And so that's kind of like my skill set I bring to the team, I recognize, was that kind of creative thinking that not everyone had who, had that business education. So I stuck with being her personal assistant and admin for a couple of years, and then I moved down to the wider marketing teams. There was always a very sort of there was a process or a journey of taking the projects, interviewing for jobs, and so forth. And it took me 6 different interviews in internal teams to land a job in marketing. So that was a bit, that was like for all good reasons. Like emotionally, that's always up and down when you're putting yourself out there and you're trying to, land a gig. And then I've been in marketing for the last kind of 9 years. And then I moved over from B2B marketing, so doing more events-based marketing. And I recently moved over to brand marketing. So I've had roles. I don't know if you've used Google Assistant, like Google Home. So I led that for the UK, the Google Assistant, the software. I lead search for the UK, Google Maps. And then now I lead a small team that looks after the training products for our small businesses and training products for job seekers across the UK. So yeah, it's one of those companies that has tons of opportunities. There are you know, people who go in after uni and so forth, but then there's also people who have different backgrounds like me who kind of worked their way through in different roles to kind of land where I wanted to be in the long term.
Great, Calvin. That's a great introduction. So give you a bit of context, the sort of things these guys are learning about in their course. They're learning about stuff like programming, that's coding with Python, cybersecurity. They do a bit of web markup language. They do a fair bit of maths. They're doing data science as well. There's more modern unit, data science, SQL, that kind of stuff. So, you know, your job at Google, I'm not sure, I'm wondering what you do on a kind of day-to-day basis, but what sort of IT skills do you think are really essential right now? People should be lining up with?
Yeah, I think if you were, you know, I think if you're in the marketing world, IT skills in terms of Google Analytics, being able to sort of analyze data and being able to rationalize and articulate what that data means to the everyday person, that's probably the most crucial thing in marketing, because you do have, you know, marketing managers like myself that aren't data centric. We don't look at numbers and get it straight away. Like, we need a story to tell us, like, okay, what do these numbers mean? What do we do with these numbers, and how do we sort of move forward? And so I think, like, anyone in this room who is working on, you know, engineering or computing or anything relative that's data centric, like, I think the skill set that's always missing or always appreciated, I guess, in an org like marketing is a person who can interpret and be able to communicate it in a way where it's everyday language. You know, we love our engineers and they do a really, really good job. And you know, and they do have to, you know, they do have those skill sets to kind of come in and say, okay, you know, Cal's not an engineer, she's not going to get that language. Like, you know, how do I communicate to her in a different way to get what I want? So, so I think, you know, that it's incredible skills you guys are all learning. Like, there's a lot of skill shortages in terms of computing, engineering. It's all, you know, it's all around the news in terms of job seeking. But I think what's going to create that uniqueness about individuals is being able to articulate what your findings are.
Good, and we mentioned creative thinking as a skill too. So as well as the technical skills, we try to develop on our courses also the human skills as well, right? Or personal skills.
Yeah.
Which I think are as important, you know, as the technical skills. Are there some things you think stand out for people who would want to work for a company like yours?
I think it's having a hybrid of both skill sets. I think is always, you know, is always helpful in that setting, because at Google, you might have the best engineering skills, but it's so important to have communication skills, because in order to bring your product and your idea to life, you need to sell it into different departments. Like, how, you know, like if, let's say, you know, an engineer woke up with a 20% project and it's an amazing idea, like, they need to work with a marketing person or a go-to-market person to actually decide, like, how do we take your incredible idea and take it into the world and they'll use it, right? And a good example of that is the Assistant. So the Google Assistant is clearly a very technical voice technology. It's a bit more advanced than what you kind of see out there at the moment, and not a lot of people were using it. And so, you know, but it was a great idea, and it was sold into the business. They created it, they had teams rallied around it, and they were building it on phones, you know, hardware and everything. And then it was marketing's job to look at it and go, okay, well then how can I convince, you know, someone like Florence, someone like Morgan to actually, you know, use it? Like, what are the key things that, you know, why would they use it to begin with? So we started looking at user behavior, and that's where I think, you know, it's good to sort of understand user behavior right from the beginning as an engineer, just to sort of understand, like, okay, I'm going to build this product and it's going to help this person whoever's cooking in the kitchen where their hands are tied, they can set a timer with their voice. Like, so, you know, so it's understanding those connections with, like, the real human insights is what we call it, is pretty important. Or, you know, I want to help that person when I'm at the gym and, you know, you're lifting weights, and you can actually set a timer for that, or you can play music with your voice, you know, or you can turn up the volume in your speakers with voice. Like, but, you know, finding those true, I guess, like, times where people actually use the product is something that, you know, marketing can obviously help with, but as an engineer or computer engineer yourself, like, you can do the same. Like, you can think of, like, why am I building this product? How is it going to really change things for people? And so I think that's the kind of not uniqueness, but that's a kind of skill set, I think, that's very will be very useful as you build products. Very
So a bit of a design for purpose and human kind of audience, I guess, or orientation towards what you're creating.
Yeah.
To see what is actually the tangible benefit to people. Great. Now this course is I'm going to give students a chance to ask questions as well in a moment. I'm going to go through some of my initial just to get us started. So we've got students who are go through different routes here. Some are going to looking at university and graduate programs. Some are looking through apprenticeships too. And as I mentioned earlier, we had a student who went through actually all the way around. They did an access course. Then they went to university, found they didn't actually like university, then came back and did an apprenticeship laterally with a multiverse now, and then started as a junior at Google very recently, 2 years ago. And you know him as well. So I just wondered about what Google's view was on, say, apprenticeships versus degrees, or how do they see that?
I think the natural, we have at Google, there's a history of hiring university graduates. From various different universities across the world. And I think, I manage an apprentice myself. I've managed like a couple of apprentices over the last 2 or 3 years. And it's great because they bring a completely different outlook on how to get things done. And I think that for me as a manager, I don't necessarily see, there is a difference obviously in education, but in terms of actually being in a real life role, like it's just having that right persona of being able to meet deadlines, getting things done, asking questions. Like those are more soft skills that I realize that you can actually get it with a degree or without a degree. And I do come from a background where I didn't go to the Oxford, the Cambridge, and and things like that. And so I went to I wanted to be an artist. I just didn't want to end up as a starving artist. That's why I ended up doing marketing. So I think you go through those sort of ups and downs. But I think in terms of key skill sets for apprentices and people with education, like there's always going to be a bias, if I'm honest. But at the same time, I think once you're in the apprentice program, it is really how you show up for yourself.
Okay, sure.
And I think once people build those relationships with you, they'll know.
Right, very good. So obviously important that one gets a chance to get their personality across in any kind of interaction with a large corporation.
And that's what Rahul did. I'm telling you, like he built a brand from day one. He walked in, he's like started this whole, he's really into streetwear. Like doesn't even have to be about work. It was just he brought his personality to work. He loves streetwear, and he started this global email alias, like with streetwear. So there's like hundreds of people knows him on starting this kind of like cool culture piece within Google. So he's definitely known for that. But that brings out his personality, like approachable, getting things done, organized. Lots of things.
I'll just drop his LinkedIn profile. Well, it's not exactly, that's a LinkedIn link to his actual account there if you want to look at that, guys. So just to see that the path he's taken. So a bit about Google now on terms of inclusivity. Now I think my perception is Google's a very inclusive employer. You yourself, you're female and you're Asian. You're probably not a majority mainstream. So we have a very wide, diverse set of students in this group. And I just think for female entering into tech careers, and also any nationality or background you're from, even people with declared disabilities as well. How would Google work? How does Google work as being an equal ops employer? Should anyone feel that they're maybe not going to feel suitable for Google, and is there anything that can make them overcome that kind of perception that Google might not be inclusive?
I think with anything like that, I think it is all about giving it a go. Like even if I'm not Asian, or if I'm not a woman, but my background of education is slightly different to those, I want to get into marketing and they're hiring marketing people with marketing backgrounds. Like I did have to go down a different journey where I had to take multiple different marketing programs up, to build up my CV to kind of then make that crossover. But I think at the same time, it's actually just that willingness to give it a go, because the work, like what's the worst that could happen? They could say no, right? But at least you kind of tried. And, and I think Google does a lot in terms of making sure that the hiring process is inclusive. So, like I definitely wouldn't hold back on any disabilities, any languages, like, those are seen as create, those are seen as like you as a person on paper. And I think that with kind of all the different topics going on in terms of inclusivity and DEI, like I think us as a company really champion that transparency and that confidence, you know, when you do make these applications.
Sure. Is there maybe a link or something you could share or sort of tell us about how people could find out more about careers and opportunities within Google?
Yes. If you Google careers, it should come up. So at the moment I sit on the Grow with Google team. So I look after partnerships within the Grow with Google products, as well as the program management of it. And so in terms of small businesses, like we have 3 different areas we can help with. So predominantly we offer free digital upskilling. So we have one-to-one mentoring. So if you are starting a business, it might actually include yourself in the room. So those who are building websites and trying to sort of start your own business upcoming, like you can actually sign up to get mentored by one of our Google mentors. So what they'll do is they'll look at your website, they'll give you advice on how to run a business, and they'll help you sort of talk through areas that you can improve to sort of be successful online or be discovered online. There's also training courses that we offer where they're 1-hour courses, and you can sign up to optimize your website, build your portfolio on YouTube, how do you integrate social media marketing and so forth. So those are all free and are welcome for you to sort of sign up and join. And then the other bit is more business profile. So for your experiences, if you go on Google search, is when you search for a local bakery or if you search for a local business, you'll see a panel like what you see on the screen on your phone pop up. So what we do is we take businesses through that kind of training on how to get their businesses on Google search and how to keep that profile updated so that they can stay connected with customers. So, you know, for those who are thinking about starting your own thing, that's great. Like, you know, it's all free, so feel free to sign up to any of these offerings. The other thing that I've also taken the group through before is around job seekers. So these are like additional courses that we're offering called the Google Career Certificates. So there's 4 career certificates you could be taking. They are online, they are self-learning, they are accredited as well. So there's a link I can send through to you, Manoj, later on as well, where people can just sign up, and it's a free course you guys can do, and it genuinely like helps you and your CV and your career when you're looking for a new role. So the courses that are on offer is project management. So this isn't necessarily just to do with IT. This could be project management for any roles. And then you have your IT support course as well. And then the other couple of others is data analytics and UX design.
I think we just hold actually a couple of things there. So how they get to this? Is this just a public server, public platform?
Yeah, so it's actually run by Coursera. So the link here, I mean, I can send this through to you. If you go to our Grow with Google site or Google Career.
You can see this link.
Yeah.
Great. Switching over back to Jackie now. Stopping my screen share.
Right, okay. So thank you. That was obviously really informative. What we will now go on to next is to answer some of these questions that are showing up in the Q&A. I've published the majority of these so you can, because they're actually quite generic, and I think you'll find some of this information useful. So if we go to which is the first one we're going to look at, yes, it's not showing up on the screen, is it? Can you show me that? So Lee, could you take over on that for me?
Certainly, yeah.
What's the first question?
First question I've got is, how do I access careers advice about the IT industry? Manoj, can we pass that to you?
That's a good one. Okay.
Or I can, if easier, do you want me to run through? I've got about 4 questions on here. Maybe shall I ping them all to you, and then tell me which, and if you've got people who can answer them. You certainly have some, I think. Somebody else has asked, Claire's asked, do you also do business startup courses at RHACC? I think those, Katrina was talking about that, I think, for the Google version. Also, can I ask more details about the IQ in IT vacancy, please? And also somebody's asked, can somebody enlighten me further about the Cisco Academy? So we've got quite a few questions there. I won't give you any more. If that's good to pass back to Manoj and he can answer those for us, that would be great.
Mute your mic. Happy to field this nice question. Can you mute you, please, Jeff? Okay, just running the microphones out here. Okay, so there's some. I'm going to share these questions with the people here, actually, so we don't mind. Let's pick them out of random order. Let me do the careers advice one myself, so I'll go for that one. And then I'm going to ask for the IQ and IT. Catherine is writing that reply, but I'm going to ask her to talk about that too. Judy, I'm going to let you talk about Cisco Academy. You're the best person to talk about that one. And the event recorded interview later. Yes, I'll mention that as well. Let's start with the first one. I think, the IT career, you might think there's so many options and choices and pathways into all of this industry. And to find out more about the careers landscape or job profiles or more specific information on what are my local vacancies and am I right for my local vacancies, I think that is a much more detailed conversation. So for that, I would really recommend you can come to one of our open days, for example, and to engage with our advice and guidance team. And the advice and guidance team would be impartial in a way. They'll give an impartial advice about what's right for you, give you access to, we have a careers platform and we have a few software tools that allow you yourself to interrogate information too. And that can provide you the information that you need. But it's very useful to come obviously prepared well for this type of structured meeting with the advice and guidance team. A CV is helpful as a starting point and some idea about the specialisms you might be interested in, so we can take that conversation further. But there is a process the IAG team has to really get you into industries, not just obviously for IT, but for any industry that has employment in it. They have that information there. The next question, let me share this one out there now. So let me share this question with Katerina. So Katerina, just a bit about this, the job, the vacancy, please. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, so it's basically for someone to join our team on a sort of first, second line help desk role, looking to sort of deal with problems varying from resetting a user password, helping them with their two-factor authentication, to visiting the client to deal with a broken laptop or whatever the issue may be on site. So we always look for our team to progress and work towards where their passion is. So obviously, depending on what the individual's interested in, we're happy to support their learning and sort of developing within our business to different roles. So that's one of the very important things. IT is, I suppose, many other industries. It's not 9 to 5. It's learning constantly, because unless you continue to understand how the technology develops, you'll be left behind. So that's one of the very, very important things, is that every single member of our team has to constantly learn and develop their skills.
Great, Katerina. So I'll ask you something about this vacancy. You do mention that there's a need for some prior experience. Is that right? 2 years experience?
Yeah. So this one we do need someone who already has an experience. As I mentioned, we are also looking for an apprentice where the experience is not that necessary. I think what always is important, especially when I look at candidates, is to see the passion. So what I tend to hire for is, first of all, passion, and sort of second is the skills, because if there is a skills gap, we can always do some courses or some one-to-ones or just get the person to the right level we need. But if they don't have the passion, then we aren't the right employer for them.
Sometimes people get stuck in the chicken and egg situation where they don't have experience, but they might have a good education. Is this something they could do, maybe, the people who don't have any experience, have not had an opportunity to go into an IT role, maybe volunteering, for example? Is there something they could be doing with their time?
Yeah, definitely. A good thing is to always be helping family, or there is plenty of charities who may need help. In Kingston, there is Superhighways who provide support to other charities, and always look for volunteers. You know, spending the time doing things. You know, if someone comes along and says, you know, this is what I've done at home, and really shows that they do have the skills, then I don't see the reason why we wouldn't take them on. As part of our sort of process is a sort of short skills test, which is part of the sort of link on our website, which sort of determines if the person is able to find the information. So it's not about necessarily having the skills at that moment in time, because no one can have all the answers. It's knowing how to find the information.
Great, so it's a good idea there for people to get involved with. At least they can help out their family and maybe their community, like a neighbour or something. They can do something active with their skill set and learn to help people out that way. That's the right kind of attitude, isn't it? Like a way you can get started with experience. Brilliant. Thank you, Katrina. Okay, thanks for that response. Now over to Judy. Now I'll fill the next question to Judy. Judy, can you take the one on, tell us more about the Cisco Academy?
Cisco as a company, they make the switches, routers, the infrastructure that networks run on, chunks of the internet run on. And many years ago, they realised that they needed to train people up. So they set up their own networking academy, producing fantastic materials, and it's a global community. It really is a community. It hasn't got that commercial focus. They really want to build IT professionals of the future, and they've since expanded, obviously, as IT has, from networking. So they do operating systems and IT basics, cyber security, cloud stuff, Internet of Things, coding recently come online. And they offer a range of courses. Some are online self-paced, so you can sign up and access their course materials. And again, they go right from entry level up to quite incredibly high levels. The higher level courses tend to be instructor led, so that's the sort of thing we offer at RHACC. Things like the CCNA and the cyber ops, where you need an instructor to guide you along the path. Their website, netacad.com, will offer you advice on different pathways into IT. There's a lot of information there. As I say, you can have a look at the range of courses they offer, both online self-paced and instructor-led. And they offer also a lot of careers advice, so crossing over into the how do you get a job in IT. Have a look at the Cisco advice, and if you go to netacad.com, they've got a careers section, and they also sort of bridge your talents with employers. And I've had previous students who have used the Cisco bridge and are now working in IT, so I know that works. But it's what I like about Cisco, as I say, they started with good core principles. It wasn't about, you know, providing education to make money. It's about providing education to a global community, and sharing things, and that ethos still prevails through. So hopefully that's covered everything. But netacad.com. Can I just add one more thing as well? I think there is sometimes a perception that IT is dull, perhaps, from some aspects. But I was just thinking about our visit to IQ and IT, and every workplace, IT workplace I go to, they will have games there somewhere. I was thinking also about the Google workplace, where they have things like slides and sleep pods, amazing places to work. But I've never been to an IT company that hasn't got an air hockey table or a pool table or some games on the side or some board games. it's a fun place. IT people are games players. We like to have fun.
It's a very, very good point, Julie. Thank you so much for changing that impression of IT people. I can attest to the fact that in my first IT job, I was a web designer for a few years. We had a football table downstairs, and every lunchtime there'll be rotating, boys and girls will be playing on that. All good fun. And then later on is consoles and things like that too. The great stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, we're fun people.
We're fun people, honestly. Thank you, Julie. Lovely. Next thing is about the question about the business startup. Last thing I'm going to respond to, and the business startup courses at RHACC. So it's a specialist department for business at the college, and they have a business startup course. It's a 5-week course which goes over the principles of starting up a business. Then there are some offshoots off that too. So as I was mentioning earlier, this is of interest to people who maybe want to become freelancers. Sometimes as adults, you might acquire a lot of experience or specialism and then thinking, okay, I don't really fit into being employed full time or in a fixed role, but maybe something that's flexible, and freelance is often the way to go. You become a contractor. And there's a whole learning curve to go through about how you set yourself up and also how you promote yourself and how you network. Some of our courses also encourage entrepreneurship. So in the IT department, we have a digital marketing and social media qualification. It's 1 day a week for 10 weeks, and it gets you off the ground with getting an idea up and running, making a website, thinking about those digital marketing plan for it. And some of the components are really how to get your message and brand out there. So the majority of it is in the business department, but the IT team complements and works with that as well. Okay, so hopefully I've responded to that question. And I think I've covered all the question here now, team. Are we good? Yep, getting the thumbs up here. So thank you very much. I think there's a small break now, and I'll let Jackie take over here.
Yes, that's my bit. Over to me. Right, thanks ever so much, Manoj. That was really, really informative. I've learned so much myself just on the digital and technology side of things. So thank you guys for your support on that event. Just to restate again, obviously this has been recorded, the whole event. So as attendees, you will automatically be sent through the links so that you can see that. I think we've put additional links in the chat for you as we're going through. If you really get stuck, please just contact us here at the college, Lee or myself or Manoj, and we can obviously answer you individually as well. There's lots of ways to get in touch with us. So thank you very much for that. We've now just got a few minutes break till we have our next area, which is going to be around care and counselling, and I'll introduce you to the programme manager for that area, Graham, shortly. So that will just be before about 10 to 2, I was going to say 10 to 4, no, not 10 to 4, 10 to 2, and we'll be back live again then in a moment. So just hold on for a moment and we'll be back. Thank you.
Very
For fuck's sake. Hello everyone, right, welcome back. Just a couple of moments. I'm just going to wait just to see if we've got a couple more attendees coming on. Just received a message from somebody trying to get on now. Okay, so again, just to remind you, this event is being recorded, so we will be able to send it out to all attendees after the event, and any key links or anything we are putting in the Q&A chat for you as well as we're going along. Okay, so I'm going to pass you over to Graham Tharp, who is the Programme Manager for Care and Counselling. He'll introduce the speakers to you, but yes, over to you then, Graham.
Well, thanks, Jackie. So I'm Graham, Programme Manager for Care and Counselling, as Jackie was saying there. I'm just going to speak for a couple of minutes and give you a very brief overview about the many career options within adult care, early years and the counselling sectors. So the following information is for those interested in starting or retraining for a career that involves working with and providing physical and or mental health care or educational support for adults or children. So if we start with adult social care, it's no big secret that there is a desperate shortage of adult care workers in the UK at the moment. According to Skills for Care, for example, there are up to 100,000 vacant posts, and it's been estimated that with the ageing population, there'll be 500,000 further new care staff will be needed by 2035. So it is an area that is screaming out for people to come and work in that rewarding area. So as such, there are a variety of social and healthcare opportunities exist within this area and within different work settings as well. So for example, within care and nursing homes and within rehabilitation and advocacy work settings. And it's also possible to specialise in this area. So if there's a particular area of interest to workers, they might specialise in end-of-life care or dementia care, residential or domiciliary care. Domiciliary care being supporting adults within their own home and providing care in their homes. In terms of education and qualifications, you could start by testing your interest in this area by signing up for an introduction course or a lower level course like a level 1 introduction to working in adult social care course. This will sort of give you a taste for the type of work that's involved and the type of knowledge and skills that you'll learn before committing yourself further. And then obviously you can move on to like level 2, level 3 health and social care courses. You could also study at degree levels in this area if you're interested in social work, for example. Early years childcare. So Alison will be following me, will speak more in detail about this area. So again, I'll just encourage you that if you are thinking about working in the early years, you know, one way to just get more information is to sign up for introductory and lower level courses. And this just gives you sort of a taste of what it might actually be like and give you more information before you make your final decisions. If you're interested in working in schools, different career pathway options include teaching assistant, learning support assistant or specialist support assistant in schools. And again, if in this area we have introductory courses and a level 1 course called Preparing to Work in Schools, and then you can progress through the different levels up through, for example, level 4 higher level teaching assistant certificate. Or you could also consider moving into teaching itself. There's pathways for that through, for example, level 3 education and training awards, or a level 4 certificate in education and training, or something like a postgraduate certificate in education, a PGCE. If you're looking at a different type of area, so something like counselling, then again, there are many different pathways and career options available in this area. And there are different routes that you can take to become a trained and qualified counsellor. Work settings would include, well, there are a number of different areas, but oftentimes people will set up, for example, and have their own practice and work as a self-employed counsellor. But counsellors can also work in healthcare, and education settings, for charities and support organisations, and also within business sector, and also obviously the voluntary sector. So as you would expect for this type of career, it does take at least 3 or 4 years to become fully qualified and trained counsellor. And then once someone has gone through the counselling training, become qualified, they might decide to specialise in a particular area as well, such as cognitive behavioural therapy or person-centred counselling, or they may choose to work with specific groups of people, such as being involved with family therapy, for example. Again, with regards to training, it's really a case of going up the levels, and we always encourage our learners to try the introductory course first to see if they're going to like it. Whereas sometimes it's difficult or different when you think about these things. I think that might be interesting, but when you're looking a bit deeper, you might decide actually it might not be for you. But again, once a person decides that they'd like to become a counsellor, they can start on the pathway from level 2 through to level 4, and then beyond, even up to doctorate level at university. In addition, in terms of continued professional development, another qualification courses that you could do to build up your resume and your CV, it'd be worth looking at mental health, well-being and personal development training courses. These are all relevant for all careers, but specifically those working with children and adults or vulnerable adults. And these types of courses are not only good for the person taking the course as an individual, but then, you know, in terms of for them to manage their own health and stress levels and things like that, but also then to pass on that knowledge and skills to the clients that they're working with. So courses like effective listening skills, you can see how that would be really appropriate and relevant to many types of the jobs that we've been talking about. Developing personal confidence and resilience and awareness of mental health and well-being courses are all sorts subsidiary courses that you can take. They're shorter, and then you can add that to your CV. That was a very brief summary of some of the different types of work opportunities and career pathways available in this area. And in a moment or two, Alison will take this a bit further as she talks about work in the early years sector. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Graham. Right, Alison, just bear with me. I'm just going to bring your slides up. So there we go. That's what I need. No, sorry, bear with me. Sorry, Alison, just bear with me. It's not letting me share. There we go. So. Chestnuts. There we go. And we're going to do that as a slideshow. Sorry, my system's lagging a little bit. Just bear with me. There, we're on. Sorry for the delay, Alison. You should all be up and running now. If you just indicate when you want me to go on with your slides, and I'll push them, go on to the next one for you. Thank you.
Hi everybody, I'm Alison Archibald. I'm Managing Director of 3 nurseries in the Twickenham area. I'm going to tell you a bit about early education in England, and I'm going to talk a bit about the qualifications and the route that you can take to get into early years. So early years in England is typically children from 3 months of age up to statutory school age, which is 5 years and 3 months. It's quite unusual to have babies younger than 3 months in a setting. The early years sector is made up of partly maintained, which means under government control, like a school, but mostly in the private sector. So over 70% of the provision in England is private sector nurseries, which are funded, partly funded by the government, but have to generate their own fees and are run like any other business. You know, we pay corporation tax, we do all the normal things that businesses do, and we have some funding that comes in from the government. Typically, early years settings are open from 7:30 in the morning and close 6:30 in the evening, and generally are open all year round. We've moved a long way away from having what used to be called playgroups or preschools that were open in the morning or in the afternoon, because the sector has had to meet the needs of the increase in parents who are working full time. So typically a nursery will be 7:30 to 6:30 and open all year round. And the reason I'm saying that is that a lot of we get a lot of prospective employees who choose to go into childcare because they've become parents themselves, and so therefore they have some knowledge and understanding of young children, and they think that it's a job that they can do that will fit in with their own childcare arrangements. And in fact, that's not really the case any longer. The work is all year round. It isn't term time. The curriculum, the early years foundation stage, which is set out by the Department for Education, is a play-based curriculum with an emphasis on learning in the outdoors. And there are huge numbers of what's called forest school nurseries springing up all over the country, which have the majority of their provision outdoors. In fact, there are several nurseries in the UK that have only outdoor provision, where the children are outdoors the entire time. That's based on the Scandinavian model, which comes from Denmark. So it's also a job where you have to be prepared to, you know, dress warmly, wet weather gear, be out in all weather, you know, get messy, get dirty, and basically be able to have fun with the children in an outdoor environment. Next slide, please. So Ofsted monitor all education settings, including nurseries, and they set out some requirements for the levels of qualifications that people have to have. In any nursery setting, there has to be 50% of the staff qualified at level 2 or above. Room leaders, managers and deputies have to have a level 3 qualification. That's the highest qualification that is set by Ofsted as a requirement. However, there are early years qualifications all the way through to postgraduate level. There is an early years teacher status. So you don't stop at level 3, you can carry on to the next levels. If you are coming into the sector at level 2, you have to have paediatric first aid within 3 months of starting work, and that applies to everybody. If you are studying at level 2, then you are required to have a good level of English and maths. And this is because before you start your level 3, all level 3 practitioners have to have GCSE maths and English at grade C or above, or functional skills in maths and English at level 2. That is a requirement set by government. It's not set by colleges, it's set by the Department of Education. But in any case, the statutory framework that goes with the curriculum requires all staff to have sufficient levels of English to be able to write reports on children, to communicate with parents, to communicate with other professionals. So if you think that this is a career that you want to pursue, then the first thing to ensure is that your levels of English and maths are sufficient and up to speed. And one of the ways that you can do that is by starting at the introductory course and then go on to the level 1. Next slide, please. There are very clear pathways from level 1, level 2, level 3, and then from level 3 you can go on and do a foundation degree, followed by a BA in early years, and then after that as a postgraduate you would do early years teacher status. It is possible, if you have a good degree in another subject plus the maths and English, that you can get straight on to a level 3. You would also have to have some experience of working in a setting, but it is possible to do that. And indeed, if you have a good degree plus maths and English and several years experience in an early years setting, it is possible to get straight on to a degree course, for instance at Kingston University. Next slide, please. As Graham mentioned, we also do the teaching assistant courses. The pathways are very similar. We have courses at the college that run from introductory right through to level 3. English is not mandated by Ofsted for teaching assistants for some reason. It is for early years, but not for teaching assistants. However, the same applies. You have to be able to communicate with teachers, with parents, with the children. You have to write reports. So a good level of English is actually a requisite for the job. All of the early years and teaching assistant qualifications require you to be working in a setting from level 2 and above. So you are assessed in the workplace. You can be working as a volunteer or you can be working in a paid capacity, but you have to be able to work with children in order to be assessed for the qualification at level 2 and above. Next slide, please. So just a bit about my personal pathway, because I completely retrained. It is quite common for people who want to get into early years or teaching assistants to do it as a career change. Typically, they've had their own children, they've found it, really interested in young children. It's something that they think they have developed skills in, and you can retrain. That's what I did. I did my level 2 at Richmond Adult College. I then went on and did my level 3, and a year after qualifying with my, several months after qualifying with my level 3, I opened my first nursery when my daughter was quite young. I went on and did my foundation degree, which I did with the Open University. I did my BA with Kingston University, and as I said, I'm now managing director of 3 settings, and I also do some work as a freelance assessor and tutor for various organisations. So it is possible to make this a full-time productive career. Another example, an ex-student of ours, Nikki, who isn't available to present today, she trained as a radiographer and worked as a radiographer for 14 years. She then had 2 children, both of whom came to one of my nurseries. And we got chatting one day and Nikki said, I'd be quite happy to help out with some of the admin. Which she did. Ultimately, that led to her being offered the role as business manager. She studied her level 3 straight from, she used her radiography degree as her entry qualification, got straight on to the level 3 at the college in 2016, and is now our business manager for 3 settings, works from home remotely, and has a very, fulfilling career, new career, working in early years. Next slide, please. Teaching assistants, just a little bit about the kind of jobs that are available as teaching assistants. They have become much more specialised in recent years, and you can be a teaching assistant either in a school or indeed a college or a university or in the community. Lots of teaching assistants are specialising at level 3 and above in additional needs, so to support children with special education needs and disabilities. And there are an increasing number of jobs in this area if you were interested in specialising. I think that's the end of the slides, Jackie. I don't think there's, oh, sorry, there is. Job roles in early years. So within a nursery setting, there is a requirement to have someone whose focus is special educational needs. There's someone who has to be the expert in safeguarding, physical activity and nutrition, literacy and maths. And then there are different pedagogical approaches such as forest school that you can also specialise and train in. Next slide, please. I think that is it. Yeah. So it is a very fulfilling and varied career. You have to be passionate about working with children. It is hard work, but it's very satisfying. And I'm very happy to take any questions that anybody has.
Thank you so much, Alison. I'm just looking at our questions now. Right. Can I become a teacher having completed my teaching assistant qualification? Can I transfer?
Yes, there are routes into teaching using your teaching assistant qualification. You can do your higher level teaching assistant qualification, or you can do a level 4 teaching assistant qualification. Then you would go on and do a foundation degree and attend university. There are work-based routes into teacher training. So if your school is prepared to support you to train to become a teacher, then there is a way of doing that with the support of the school as well, once you're employed.
Lovely. And where would you think would be, for example, in childcare job opportunities, where would be the best place to perhaps start looking for these opportunities?
All job vacancies in early years and in schools are advertised on the local authority website, all of them. So it will take the local authority children's services, education and children's services is called Achieving for Children in Kingston and Richmond, but you can get to them through the London Borough of Richmond or London Borough of Kingston. So Achieving for Children, which is Children's Services, will advertise for early years vacancies and for vacancies in schools as well.
So for yourself, for example, you would publish those with the local authority? Yes. Lovely. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. I'm just checking to see if there are any more questions. Do your courses run out of the Richmond or the Surbiton campuses normally? Both. We have both. Excellent. So there's a choice.
It's a blended learning course. So the learners are producing an online portfolio. So they're working with an online learning platform to submit their work and to be assessed. And as I've said, they also have to be working in a nursery or a school from level 2 or above.
Lovely. Thank you so much for your time today and for supporting the jobs fair today. So thank you very, very much. Okay, that brings us to the end of our jobs fair today. We will still be manning the chat line for the next few moments. When we click end, we will then have the recordings that we will send out to all attendees of today, so you will be able to see various links. Again, if you do need any more information and you're not able to open the link or something like that, please come to our IAG box. Lee is just typing out the email for you again under the Q&A chat so that you can see where that is. And again, we can just signpost you to what you need, to help you on your way. Thank you so much for attending today. I hope you found it useful. Thank you very much.